Okay, we're going to try this again. Greetings, everybody. My name is Quine, and welcome into another session. The continuation of the previous Elden Ring Reforged Deathless, all content, fire spells only. Challenge run routing. My apologies for what happened earlier. It appears there was a crash. I had to update drivers and stuff. I had to pull teeth to do that. I had to pull teeth a lot in order to update the drivers, but we are here. So let's just get back into it. We hadn't made any progress either, for the record. We just started killing some enemies, and then all of a sudden, stuff crashed. I'm gonna come up here. Yeah, I suppose so. It would probably help if I, didn't die quite so easily. Okay, so I know one of the tricks with this bridge is that there are actually places underneath where you can check or bump into things. There's also going to be a big old trap down here. I'm sorry for the terrible week, everybody. Of course, we would have just bumped into this Monday, so not much to say there. Okay, that looks okay. Just make sure that there aren't places off to the side that we can drop down. I remember missing something and then having to come back along the bridge to find it. I remember spending tons of time on this the last time we were doing the challenge run related things, which was a couple of years ago. This is it, right? Well, this might be a little bit of it right here. Okay, so far so good. I like our chances. I know there's going to be something up here, and we're going to have to find it. We're also going to have to periodically find cover, because that's kind of what it was. Let him pull. Come up here and check. See nothing. Whip around to make sure there wasn't anything back there. Kind of sit back here a second. All right, I hesitated, so let's get back down. Slide back down. All right, we wait again. There we go. Yeah, it was not good. I'd take another hit like that and I'm dead. Okay, come back here. Dad. I figured that would probably happen. Where's the stake put us? You should, if you ever get this prompt and you're not sure where Stake of America is, you should almost never take it. Because you'll never be sure of where it's gonna put you, but you know, that's fine. We can I'll just kind of let Catch Flame and Wretch Gore do their work. You gonna jump, or are you just gonna... Well, I actually shouldn't be testing enemies this way, if I'm being completely honest. So you do have to do this section each time until, But thankfully, if I do want to test, the prelate. If I could, like, pull that particular prelate without, having to, like, do much else. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Welcome back to you as well. My apologies for whatever that business ended up being. Having to update the graphics driver was pure hell. Because I've also learned that, you know, where my particular graphics card being 4 generations old is kind of, you know, it's a end of life expectancy. I mean, it was bound to happen at some point, but again. Now we'll actually put one in that tracks his position. All right, and then we back up. Okay, yep, the pole absolutely has more going on with it. You always gotta mind your positioning in games like this. Mr. Jason says, while you were fixing issues, good sir, I was in a stream where the chat and the streamer were talking about movies and actors. And one actor that was mentioned was Anne Hathaway, and I said, Anne is a good actor. She hath a way with words. Was there internal cringing along to go with that laughter, good sir? I can imagine so. I mean, what were the reactions like? Did people laugh? Or did people have, like, a lot of eye rolling emojis? I'm just curious. And if you don't remember, that's also perfectly okay. The important thing is that people had a good laugh and had a good time. Just beat so extra careful right now. Mr. Jason says the streamer liked it and was thinking of adding a knee slapper sound effect. Ah, I see. Well, that's good. Yeah, that's a good indicator. That's a good sign of things. I think you can safely say that you have that channel's blessing on most other, like, puns and dad jokes. So I think you were in a different stream when this was happening, but I will whip out I actually already packed one for such a thing. See that golem up there, Mr. Jason? He was the reason I died earlier. This guy is going to be taking pot shots at us while we're crossing this this bridge, made of like old weathered rune stones and like placed on top of high walls. So we're definitely, this is definitely going to be one of those sections. Slide in. Go. Wait right here. Go again. Roll. And then run through. Hide behind maybe here. Mr. Jason says, this streamer, Gengar Crossing, was playing a game called Moonlight Peaks, good sir. And she was talking about making more room for her animals in the game. I said, send your animals to Italy. They'll have plenty of room to roam around. Man, you are finding all kinds of dad joke appreciators, aren't you, good sir? I'm missing the audience laughter. Let me see if I can't poke around in my files and find it. It's like one of the only, like, crucial things I am missing at the moment. Hold on. I'm sure I could search for it. I'm sure it's under some other, like, listing. I can look at it later. Mr. Jason says, indeed, I'm not yet a mod for Gengar Crossing. Also, Saremu went live with Elden Ring today. Oh, nice. Like, base Elden Ring or something else? Just curious. Mr. Jason says, also, good sir, I can understand that all these issues can become very discouraging because they are interrupting something that you very much love doing and are passionate about. Yeah, I was talking with my dad about it outside. It's mainly the technical stuff that really bogs me down. streaming, but always remember what Mr. Jason said. What knocks you down can only make you stronger, good sir. And it goes without saying that you have my support. I appreciated that sentiment yesterday, and I feel the same way about it today, good sir. Yeah, you know, it just stuff can't kill you. This is starting to cross into what if it kills me territory. Because my streaming computer is 4 generations old. I don't know if people know that. Like, my graphics card is like a 1060. Like NVIDIA GTX, like GeForce GTX 1060. That is an old graphics card by today's standards. They're still publishing security updates for the drivers, but my goodness, is updating it getting to be a pain. Sir Jason says, I think the DLC, he's dying a lot to a sunflower. Yeah, that sounds like the DLC, all right. DLC can either be fun or a problem, usually. Mr. Jason says you need to save it for the 9 revision. NVIDIA 1069A. Nice. Okay. Can I grab my rune? I don't think I can grab my runes without dying. Again, we're gonna have to, like, sneak around and maybe hope to avoid some other nasties in the meantime. All right, you're mine, you golem boy. There we go. There we go. And this golem won't spawn again, to my knowledge. Yes, funny number do be funny. It do be doing the funny thing. Do I go? I'm hemming and hawing internally whether I want to take a commercial break. I don't feel like I've earned it. I don't feel like I've earned it with all the technical issues of that have been going on. I might let the advert play and then make a decision. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. Before I explain things, I better bloody well know if I'm taking a commercial break or not. Mr. Jason says you can't blame yourself for that, good sir. It's a situation out of my control. See, I'd like to. I would earnestly like to believe that, but the problem with that is I could have looked into that yesterday, and updated the graphics card. Additionally, the day before that, I had to update OBS, right? So because I had to update OBS, I got the notice for, oh, the NVIDIA NVENC, NVENC encoder has issues with your graphics card driver. So if you're having stability issues, you should try try making sure your graphics driver is up to date, and then if it's continually unstable, try this driver instead. I got the message about that because NVIDIA changed the security features, or it changed what it was rolling out to certain drivers. So had I paid a little more attention to that, this whole thing could have been avoided. And if I had not been lazy, no matter what the reason is, if I had not been lazy and just updated the driver message as soon as I saw it, updated the driver as soon as I saw the message, I would have been fine. Probably. And I would have pulled teeth off camera as opposed to waiting half an hour and pulling teeth in a desperate attempt to get back live again. But I mean, you know, water under the bridge now, right? I mean, what's done is done. It's fixed. I'm live. And I should make sure I continue to hold myself in high spirits for that. That said, I would normally have a longer explanation for this, but in just a few coming moments, in a few minutes, there'll be a commercial break for those of us on Twitch. There will be some advertisements that play during that time, and there will be a timer on the screen to indicate how long the break lasts. During that time, I get up and take a stretch break and go do other things. I highly recommend you guys do the same. It'll make your break pass by faster, but alas, you know, or not alas, but you know, I'm no one's boss. So spend your time however you wish, because once that timer ticks all the way down, I will, the ads should have finished. I will have returned from, my stretch break, and we can pick right back up where we left off. You know, knock on wood, right? After today. It really is that simple. And there are fewer and fewer things that are simpler that are simple in this world. You don't know why, good sir, but Mr. Jason's feeling kind of sleepy again today. You too, huh? Yeah, I'm also kind of feeling sleepy. Mine's due to caffeine consumption. If you're tired, you're tired. Have you been taking a lot of naps during this time? Not an incredible amount, but, you know, since our 2 days of issues, I'll imagine you've taken some naps since then. No, good sir? Okay, so it's not conditioning. You haven't conditioned your body to that. I don't know. Maybe you should spike a bit more protein. That might help keep you awake, because your body could be having some issues of like getting energy from things, along with water, of course. We could talk more about it after the commercial break, good sir. Sorry about that, folks. I had to, I'm back. I had to clean up a, a spill and clean my glasses at the same time. Fun. Thank you, Mr. Jason. I trust we all had a wonderful commercial break, i.e. we found something we wanted to do during that time. Can't say I did, but at least got productive stuff done, so there you go. We're going to... Yeah, something like this ought to be sufficient. Okay, and then we should just be able to just harangue and harass this scarab. Mr. Jason says, I have said coffee. Whether it'll do anything is another thing entirely. Well, good sir, if you're anything like me, it'll put you to sleep. Coffee, like... One cup of coffee, I do okay. I don't know if I really feel anything from it. I do get a little bit of a energy boost from coffee for a short period, but if I drink too much of the stuff, I go right to sleep. It's a coffee and I have always had that sort of relationship. I never hop up or overdrink the stuff, because if I try to do that, if I try to overdrink, I am just going to go to sleep. I want to say I feel blessed in that. If I can't ever drink that stuff to excess, because I'll just sleep, and my worry is that, of course, I'll sleep forever, and I don't want that. The same is true of alcohol. It also puts me to sleep, but at least that is expected. I can't have more than a thimbleful of wine, and I start getting drowsy. A couple more thimblefuls, and I'm ready to hit. If I'm not tripping over stuff, I'm ready to hit the bed. I cannot handle alcohol in great quantities for similar reasons. So I tend not to be on the same, like, regiment of self-medication as other people, because I know that if I try that, I'm gonna go to sleep. Or, Mr. Jason says, wow, Mr. Coin, hitting the bed? That's quite violent, eh, good sir? Yeah, that's fair. No, that's funny. Here is your applause. And your accreditation, of course. Let's attempt to move forward and let's see if we can't find our target today. We're looking for a... Oh, I never do give an expectation of where we could end up. To be quite honest, I'm not sure I can do that in good faith at the moment, because I fear that something else could happen to cause the stream to crash. But let's say the rest of the stream is stable. Maybe the deathrite bird or the putrid tree spirit ought to be a sufficient goal for today. It's small, I know, but it's only a few splits. But I imagine there are going to be some other things in the meantime that are going to come up that are going to add to our splits count, quote unquote, just because of all the encampments that are still not on the splits tracker yet. Mr. Jason says, that's fine, good sir. We'll just end up wherever we end up. The journey to me is as equally as nice as the destination. Thank you, good sir. And hey, you know, this is prep work for the real journey that we're going to take later, right? We'll end up eventually where we're supposed to be, and then when we get ready to do the real run, you know, that'll be when we really hit the ground running. I know, there's that violence again. Humans are a violent species. What can I say? So we've gotten that. That's the Snow Valley ruins. I'm kind of like poking my head around for rune pieces is what I'm doing, because they're good juice. What do you, Mr. Jason says, the real prize is the friends that you made and the Mr. Coin that you glazed along the way. Fair enough, good sir. You know, everyone has a different frame of reference for what the prize is. Yeah, I mean, replace that second half with, you know, the wonderful audience members I've met over the course of this past year, since we started this journey. I'm not. No, I think you could make this. But the sentiment is almost mutual with that substitution. No, that's an invisible wall. That is an invisible wall. Now I know that's an invisible wall. Yuck. Okay, don't go over there. That's not traversable. I'm hoping I'm not the only person that saw that was an invisible wall. That's like I'm pulling up by Gaslightville if that's the case. Okay, we're gonna climb up. We're gonna get this. Pop the rune arc. And then we're going to get back to what we were doing. Mr. Jason says, I usually support you, good sir, but Mr. Jason can't say that Mr. Jason noticed the invisible wall. That's fair, because it was, well, invisible. Too true. Too true. It was invisible. It would be like, have you ever been in a funhouse, Mr. Jason? I'm sure you've seen them, but have you ever been in one? In all seriousness, you didn't notice it? That's fair. No, good sir. A fun house of mirrors. Or a house of mirrors, it might sometimes be called. I have quite a few times in my life. If you've ever been in a room full of nothing but mirrors, you kind of lose your sense of direction in there. And especially if the mirrors have a high polish, no one's got their phone in there. You kind of lose your you kind of lose this all sense of where you are for a short period. You have to kind of logically retrace your steps to avoid remaining that way. Mr. Jason says, fun houses seem amazing, but I'm having the most fun here, good sir. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. Fun houses are great when you're a kid and when you're kind of like a young adult. It's more fun to watch other people go through the fun house at my age and watch them run smack dab into the glass wall they couldn't see because they had no way to differentiate something that was solid and, you know, opaque versus something something solid and transparent versus empty space. Mr. Jason says, but after you've been in a funhouse, I'm sure that you could reflect on your experience. Too true, good sir. Take your accreditation, good sir. For those that are kind of wondering what the heck I'm doing, we are looking for, you know, our fun friends, the rune pieces. We're looking for them. Gotta find them if we want to acquire more power. All right, Mr. Gollum. It's time for you to perish. Okay. Roll through, then do the cast. Oh, nice. Okay. More pile driver shenanigans. Don't bother with looking for rune pieces. Why do you say that? Oh, that might be a joke. Just create troll levels in Super Mario Maker or its sequel. Oh boy. Oh, back up, back up, back up. There we go. We didn't lose too many resources in that. We even got the resources back. So really, what did we lose? Mr. Jason says, if you want near unlimited power, good sir, I see what you're saying. Don't bother with looking for rune pieces. Just create troll levels in Super Mario Maker or its sequel. So do we mean, we mean 1 and 2 and not Super Mario Maker 3, right? I'm not holding my breath given the experience between the two Super Mario Makers, but I want to say it did at least moderately well. That a third wouldn't be unheard of. I know there's more. There we go. Perfect. You don't think that there will be a Super Mario Maker 3? I guess it depends on what sort of sales it made. Or that 2 made. Mr. Jason says, Nintendo gave certain individuals too much power, even within the confines of Super Mario Maker and its sequel. You know what? You know why? You know why I think you may or may not be right? On one hand, I think you could be correct because, you know, slope jank, am I right? We all have seen Nintendo, and I think we should head this way first. And maybe we'll find what we're looking for in the meantime. Yeah. You know, slope jank. If the devs for Super Mario Maker can't code a slope right such that it works logically, they're gonna get laughed at again by the troll level creators, who are going to continually, you know, exploit the slopes. If they can't handle trolls being on their, on their platform, then they are most assuredly not going to be. All right. You gotta run in here if you want to box with me, buddy. Thank you. On the other hand, you know, if they ever do master the slope jank, And given their experience with the first two, maybe they will have changed their mind. And be at least, if I had to look for an attitude that would help troll level creators best, it would be one of ambivalence, similar to how FromSoft it is ambivalent toward people making mods for its game. It's like, what mods? Where? Don't talk to me about them. Even though Japan is, like, Japanese companies are very much not, they view, like, IP and, the craftsmanship behind their games very differently compared to a lot of other people. They're very strict with what they want to see people doing with their games. I don't think you're gonna get a complete 180 from Nintendo, but I do think ambivalence would be probably the best outcome, because being pro troll when you were previously anti troll would be, no one would trust that. But ambivalence, it would be too much of a swing. But ambivalence would be fine enough. Mr. Jason says, statistically, good sir, Mr. Jason is 100% right 99.9% of the time. You right? I mean, that's just true. And it's a deliberate mistake the rest of the time, right? Mr. Jason goes on to say, after all, good sir, I have not made a troll level since July 2024. But when I introduced myself as a troll level creator, one of my first messages in random chats, most streamers recognize a troll level creator. Some even laughed and said, ah, so you're one of those, eh? Yep. Masters of reverse psychology, right? That's kind of how that's kind of all the predicates for modern trolls these days. Is reverse psychology. What is that noise? I do not. I know that noise is related to something. I forget what. Snowfield man bat. What? Why is that a different bat? I'm a little bit confused, but whatever. Not gonna think about it too hard. Mr. Jason says, I always like to say that to give the streamer mod some assurance that I'm a malicious troll. What do you mean? Or you are not? Oh, you're not a malicious troll. Yeah. You're the tee-hee variety of troll. Okay, so it's definitely up there, is what I am gathering. And in this, I should say, in general, in Snowfield, and like these like wide spaces with oh, okay, that hurts. These are not normal bats. That hurts. Don't get hit by that. Don't get hit by that like at all. I forgot what I was gonna say. I completely blanked. I guess you could say that my mind is a snowfield. It says white as snow. Okay, that was bad. That was very bad.
Sure, Jan.
Multiple times over, a sure, Jan. So what I'm doing here is I am setting up kind of being extra careful here. If I do get hit by this bat, I am probably dead, so I want to be very careful. Mr. Jason says, most of the time, good sir, my first time chat is a joke or pun. Yeah, in some Animal Crossing streams, I say, if you gathered 5 tree branches and sold them, you would get 25 bells. But if you crafted them into a bug net and sold it, you would get 100 bells. That's a... Oh, boy. Run. Hold on. Thank goodness that is a, like, short-range burst, but we all just saw how painful the short-range burst was, and we don't want to get hit by that. Really? Get back here, you silly bat. Thank you. Should not have taken as much effort as it did. And it's factually true, too. See, yeah, exactly. It's not a joke. It's true. And the whole point of the statement was like a super long joke. Mr. Jason says, these enemies, no matter what game that they appear in, really drive you batty. Too true. Just don't try to go to bat for them. It might bite you a bit later. So close yet so far.
Sure, Dan.
I feel like I kind of feel like every time I think I'm trying to make like some halfway decent joke, my mind just goes. It trolls me and flubs up the wording is what it does. It's rather frustrating, but I digress. Oh, hello. Invade Juno Hoslow, Knight of Blood. I better write that down. And I guess also by doing that, instead of the 2 deaths here, it's 2 deaths here. Okay. Mr. Jason says, ooh, I don't know if he could do this. But I've never seen how an invasion works. It's an NPC invasion. You can totally do this. You just can't invade... You can't invade player worlds, but let's give it a shot. Welcome on in, Emma Creative. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've just come in on an enemy invasion. I should probably put up a focus overlay in a second, but... Ooh, okay, that has like a knockback effect on it. I'm gonna be out of flasks before too terribly long. Yeah, so Juno here uses the pedal whips, and whips are pretty infamous for getting around a lot of collision detection. So like it'll whip through the wall. It won't whip through all the walls, but it will whip through some of them. Like that. Yep. Like that. Yep, that's exactly what happened. That's fine. I don't mind dying to Juno. It was bound to happen. I do believe... Oh, maybe we don't. Oh, right. Invasions are weird. Yeah, active invasions are weird. They don't, like, take your runes the same way that other deaths do. Well, our visitor has left us already. Yeah, I'm not surprised. This account was created 21 hours ago. I did already greet you, Emma Creative. You don't need to ask that again. Allow me to shortcut some of our little conversation we would otherwise have. Emma, are you a graphic art designer by chance? Do you draw things for streamers? Streamers of all stripes, banners, logos, that kind of thing? Because I get your questions occur in about the exact same pattern that a graphic design artist would use. And given the age on your account, I think it's pretty. I think I could pretty easily assess if you are a graphic design artist. Oh, I'm not going to proceed until I get an answer to this question. I'll give it a few minutes. If the usual response, shows up, Mr. Jason, you know what to do, good sir. No, I am not, but if you need any art, I have one of a friend. She is a designer? I see. Very well. In that case, let me save she can do it. I'm sure she can. However, I too am also a graphic art designer. I design my own emotes and stuff. Here, I'll showcase one right now that people can get, you know, for, I want to say for free. What's one of these that I could do for free? Pretty sure it's this one. I drew it myself. Or I have another one. Trust me, I don't need the help, but I appreciate where everyone's headspace. This one's one of my personal favorites, one that I drew myself some time ago. It's available as as part of like a badges collection. I've got a couple of different colored variants of it. It's great. So Jason says Mr. Coin does his own designs, but if you could pay for art and items with morals, Mr. Coin would be spending considerably more than me at a certain British chocolatier. You're too true, Mr. Jason. Too true. Let's dive into. I'm gonna have to adjust this because of course I do, or can adjust everything else. But I think I would prefer to adjust the focus toggle itself. Something like that. That ought to work. So if you guys see this overlay in front of my face, that means that I am Not exactly up for conversation at the moment. Typically, I'll be fighting something that requires concentration, or I'm on a difficult platforming segment, something like that. I'll greet in fresh faces, new people coming in. I'll greet in any raiders, stuff like that. Or if people are saying farewell, I will say farewell as well. But otherwise, I am not up for conversation because Elden Ring is hard. And speaking of Elden Ring being hard, I'm going to go ahead and invade Juno's world now, and we're going to try this fight again. I hope people enjoy the spectacle that comes along with this. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Yeah, so whips are hard. I think I might have pressed 2 buttons at once there. So whips are hard. I hope people can kind of see why I like them. They've got a wide attack range. They're really, really easy to use. And a lot of them will either inflict poison, inflict bleeding. Poison and bleeding are like a common whip staple. There's sometimes no collision through walls. Whips are one of the ways that you can kind of like get around. You could kind of behave the way certain bosses and enemies do, where their attacks could readily pierce the wall. Mr. Jason says, isn't that par for the course for Elden Ring, good sir? Attacks going through walls? It sure is, Mr. Jason. That's par for the course in just about any FromSoft title of the Dark Souls or Kingsfield make. Kingsfield is like a older, like a first-person dungeon crawler type game. Oh, Kingsfield's great. I'm gonna get rid of certain things so that we can operate a little bit more freely. I think one of those things is going to be Bestial Vitality. I'm also going to probably change my gear. Make it exceedingly more likely that we get to live to another day. I think I want power with Juno, possibly. All right, Topes, you're up. Mr. Jason says, oh, good sir, I just remembered. I have a friend who is going to Japan for 2 weeks sometime, and they said that they would spin some Pokestops and send me gifts so I could get that Japan exclusive Elegant Pavilion. That's awesome. It'll take 15 exchanges, though. That's sadness. But, I mean, hey. You have a friend that's going to Japan. That's awesome. I hope that they enjoy it. I hope if people are respectful and follow the customs just like they're supposed to, I have heard Japan is awesome. For people that break the rules, though, they're going to be turned around pretty early on, and they're not going to have a good time. We require 189. And 189 runes, or 189,000 runes. Excuse me. And then we only need, I think, these plus a pop of one more. Mr. Jason says the amazing Suremu helped me get to the Sandstorm Pavilion. It's exclusive to the Middle East. Over there in, I believe, Sir, I'm sorry. I believe our lovely ambassador is somewhere around Kuwait, right? In that country? Do I have that right? Yeah, I thought so. I'm glad I remembered. Okay, these are 800. Actually, do I not already have what I need? No, I'm 300 short. Okay. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad he was able to help you do that, and that checks out as to why he could get the Sandstorm Pavilion. Although, that said, I've never been particularly a large fan of region locking things. I don't like it very much. We're going to... What was I putting points in? I was putting points in something. For a spell of some sort, I think. I think it... Oh, yeah, it was for Blessing of the Erd Tree. That's what this was for. Okay. And then we will also get the Covetous Rune. There. That helps. That helps lots. Alright. Let's try this again. You guys know the spiel. Wish, you know... Wish me luck. Here goes nothing. I hope, power will achieve what, my current setup could not. Nah, it's not. There we go. Yeah, I stopped to cast Contorting Frenzy. I'm not surprised that happened. I should honestly take this off the hotbar. I'm gonna die casting Contorting Frenzy. Maybe we also, like, put on the sword for even more power. Yeah, I like that idea. Let's try that. We almost got him to half health, just from that one cast. All right. Oh, well, that was with the Contorting Frenzy, though. Maybe that's fine if we don't cast it again after that first time. Hold on, I may be overreacting. Let's not do that. And then Bestial Vigor, where are you? Right here. Mr. Jason says, in fact, good sir, as I said above, Saremu helped me get the Sandstorm Pavilion from Kuwait. One friend, I know where they are, but as usual, Mr. Jason, you only mention their name if they're comfortable, just like I know yours, but you're always going to be Mr. Coin the good sir to me. Helped me get the Marine Pavilion from Slovakia. One friend helped me get the River Pavilion from Australia. Helen helped me with the Icy Snow Pavilion from Finland. That's awesome. It's nice that you have a good collection of friends that you could rely on for that sort of thing. If I played Pokemon Go, I maybe would think about like relying on that or asking for that, but I do not. I like keeping my phone for business. I like my phone having like a clear, distinguished purpose. What's the ironic thing, good sir? all but one of those people are in the TCC, which makes sense. And you've known them, most of them, probably a lot longer than me, so that equally checks out. All right, fingers crossed that this is enough. Oh, yep, he pierced right through that. Yep, that's exactly what happened. I knew I would muck it up the second I went to drink something. I should have just not done that. We try again. Juno's a tough customer. Juno is a really tough customer. I give Deathless's brother mad props for his skills. Yep, every time. Gotta stop doing that. Mr. Jason says, by the way, good sir, depending on where you are, would you be willing to at least consider making a Pokemon Go account spend 15 stops, preferably as far away from your general location as possible? While I wouldn't be nefarious with people's locations as I pride myself on being trusted, I would prefer them not to be anywhere too revealing. And exchange 15 gifts with me, then you could delete the app. Is that something that you would at least consider? I ask because I have a map of pavilion locations, and where you may be might be a new one. I wish, but unfortunately, I never travel anywhere. I hardly travel anywhere that's, like, not more than, I don't know, say 10 to 15 miles from where I'm at, which... Let me put that into kilometers for you. $15 miles is about 24 kilometers, for the record. Miles is what you use, good sir? I thought you used kilometers. I thought the UK doesn't the UK use like the metric system? That's strange. Well, you know what? I shouldn't say it's strange. That's not strange. Maybe there's a reason for that. Or maybe mile means something different. I know there's like I know there's an Imperial mile and a different kind. Mr. Jason says, nah, UK uses miles as our car speeds are miles per hour. Okay. I didn't know that. So yeah, it's about 15 miles, which if you, to be as not revealing as possible, you would need, I would need to be more than 100, no, I should say 100. Probably more like at least 50 miles. It would have to evade like traditional triangulation technology that's present. Mr. Jason says, but if not, that is perfectly fine, good sir. Massively interested in hunting these pavilion. Yeah, I would if I could, but I am not in a position to do that at the moment. I will keep your question in mind for the future, however, good sir. Now that I know that you are, you know, actively hunting pavilion, I'll at least think of you when I think about where I'm going. I would if I could, yes. You should be drinking right now, Juno. Yeah, I'm gonna be... punished. Punished because I assumed he was gonna do behavior that... I assumed he was gonna do behavior that he didn't do. That's my fault. Mr. Jason says... You appreciate me so damn much. I am honored. I am honored that you said that in that explicit way, good sir. That is rare for you. I appreciate you too, good sir. Oh, fingers crossed we get out of Oslo hell real soon. Oh, right, yeah, I used too much stamina. That's an oof and a half. Alright, now I don't cast Contorting Frenzy anymore, or I'm dead. Like that. Is my approach just wrong? Should I be wearing, like, big armor? I don't think so. Oslo hell. Yup. I mean, it's accurate, right? It's accurate. At least I like to think it's accurate. Ooh, I probably should not have entered this right now, but we're gonna try. Yeah, you know what, that's fine. That's fine. I need to die here so that we don't get an interruption from the commercial break. We need to do that.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, was the warning for the 5-minute commercial. The 5-minute warning for the commercial break. You do take those at the top of every hour as a way to beat back pre-roll. here on the Twitch channel. In about 4.5, 5 minutes, there'll be a timer on your screen to indicate the length of the commercial break. And when the timer starts, ads will play. I recommend getting up. Oh boy. Run right now. Run like it was yesterday. There will be ads, and during that time, while the timer's ticking down, I will be getting up and stretching and doing other things. I recommend you guys do the same. It'll help beat back and avoid the ads, because no one likes looking at them. That said, you know, spend your time however you wish. Once that time is up, the ads will be over, and I will have returned, and we'll pick right back up where we left off. It really just is that simple. Mr. Jason says, I would consider putting that in your stream title, but I know you like to keep things tidy. Routing for Elden Ring Reforged Deathless. All content including Hoslow Hell. Fire spells only. Hoslow Hell. Yeah. That's not a good way of keeping viewers. No, yes, it's not a great way of keeping viewers. You're absolutely correct. Yeah, even evading behind him doesn't always work. At this point, I'm gonna wait. We're gonna just sit here and we're gonna wait for the commercial break to resume. Yeah, really, the start just has to be right. The start, when we start this up, it has to be absolutely pristine. Not even for... I can't even make one error with Juno out. That, like... It's not happening. I don't know. Probably no wretch gore. I don't have time for a generator for that fight. And then... maybe allocate it like that. It's just something to give me one more flask for a Hoslow, for Juno. Yeah, that sounds fine, and we'll leave it on the pastime menu until we get back. The struggle bus is real. Then the struggle bus does not hesitate to remind you that, hey, this is still a tough video game. Oh, Tears of the Kingdom was never this difficult. There were some things that were hard in the Legend of Zelda Wild era games, but none of them ever came as close to difficulty as like the stuff in Elden Ring and Reforged. And I get it. I'm comparing apples to a persimmon here, but they're both kind of considered the sorry, I should take that back. Tears of the Kingdom is kind of like the Dark Souls of the Legend of Zelda series. It's way harder than the previous Zeldas are. And Breath of the Wild as well also holds that distinction. The Wild era games are... They're like the Dark Souls of the Legend of Zelda series. Unless you're talking about Zelda 1. Zelda 1 or Zelda 2 is like Demon Souls. Way back when. But that's just me. Mr. Jason says the Wild era games are... wild. Who would have thought? A real knee slapper. We can pick up after the break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I got back. I'm back. I was in a little bit of a discussion with the folks I live with. Hello, YouTube. I cannot believe that you are... Oh, why is it in light mode all of a sudden? That's, like, really weird. Okay. Well, come on in, Bulldog Mama. Oh, I think it might have... I recognize that name. It's been a while. I hope you are doing well. Bulldog, in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Bulldog Mama says, hi. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you. I'll be lurking while I figure out what I'm making for lunch. So I have the day off today. Awesome. I hope that goes smoothly for you. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin, good sir. Before you make a further attempt at Hoslow Hell, I have a funny story to share with you. Sure, we can do that. Before you were live, I was watching this amazing show called Police Interceptors, and I just went back to it and watched a little more while you were on break. Someone phoned 999, which is the police emergency number of the UK, yep, and said, I have some burglars in my garage. Or garage. I think it's how you say that over there, is garage. And then they said, I have got them. Wow, let me try reading that without short-circuiting. And then they said, I have got them locked in my garage, but they will break out soon. If that was in 2026, the homeowner would have probably been arrested for false imprisonment of those poor defenseless burglars. Oh no! Won't someone think of the poor criminals who should totally be rotting in a cell? Incredible. I do hope that your new PM is going to be the start of some return to normalcy in the UK. I know, I'm speaking from the nut house. I'm speaking from the nut house. I know from personal experience. I have very little room to talk about other countries being having legal, or I'm sorry, not legal, having government officials who are also wanting to make things the nut house. But I do know that the UK is not too terribly removed from being in a nut house like we are. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and set the time. Mr. Jason says, I hope so, good sir. In winter, VAT is being knocked off bills and a £2 cap for bus fares coming in. Nice. Yeah, you were telling me about the bus fares. You were being capped. You were quite excited for that. I hope the government there starts serving its people. Oh, coming in 2027. Yeah. Does not change my sentence, though. I hope that this is a start of your government returning back to serving the people and not serving state interests. Because the people should be the only state interest that your government should care about. I care about in great detail, more than anything else. Alright, it is hell time again. It is hell time once again, ladies and gentlemen and non-binary people. Although before we step in there, Mr. Jason says, I don't know about the individual states of America, good sir, but America is definitely in a state right now. Yup. It will be in a state at the very least until 2028. But to be quite honest, I think if this isn't bad enough already, I promise you 2028 is going to get worse. Why do I say this? Because people do stupid stuff before elections. People almost pantomime and put on a performance before elections. I wouldn't be surprised if, in addition to all the threats of tampering with the midterms, that we don't also get, people saying and doing anything for a quick sound bite for the cameras. I could totally see that happening, and it's happened many a time in the past in U.S. history. There's probably going to be more of that. Individual states, there's only varying degrees of less madness. But speaking of someone I want to drive mad, all right, Juno, my boy, it is time for you to go crazy. Never mind. I was the one who was bled out. That just happened so quick it wasn't funny. Mr. Jason says, so many amazing streamers today, good sir. Suremu, myself, Symphony. Yeah, sounds like lots of people are streaming. That's great. You have your pick, good sir, of loads of quality content, if I do say so myself. All right, Juno, you've got me to double-digit deaths. It's time to die. He dodged all of that. And if I do it again, I'm gonna drive myself mad. Yep. You really just cannot get caught in that. Mr. Jason says his quality content is exclusive to one place. Oh, should I have said content then? Because that's like a branding word. My bad. Very well. You have your choice of quality content, good sir, for what that is worth. I can't dodge. Do I have to deflect? I might have to deflect the strikes. There is just one problem with that, and that is if I deflect wrong, I die, because that's counter damage. At least we could do it over and over. At least there's no time that passes, or any other things like that. It's just good old solid attempts. Okay, he's poisoned, he's poisoned. He's poisoned. I could probably keep back from him now. But I probably should still make him, still try to hasten this somehow. Got him. Okay, that only took me too long to do. Ah, sweet relief. Sweet relief. All right, let's change our gear back to where it was again. And we'll have to reallocate things too. Mr. Jason says, oh, good sir, in Europe there are currently wildfires? I don't like that. I'm sorry that you guys are having to deal with wildfires. Mostly France and Spain. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's where the heat wave has been incredibly bad. I'm not surprised. Oh, I know you're not European, Mr. Jason, but, I mean, the UK has had some bad heat waves too, right? That's what I'm mostly referring to as the hot weather conditions. But I feel especially bad for the folks dealing with wildfires right now. Because people are losing their homes at a time where war is afoot. And, you know, there's turmoil and chaos and social unrest and upheaval. To have natural disasters on top of that just kind of sucks. It sucks, like, it sucks a lot. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not, you guys aren't tiring me, and it's not the game, it's, the cognitive load that makes me tired from having to deal with computer issues, and, you know, the mental weight that I'm carrying makes me tired, like, mentally tired. And for that, I am, truly sorry. What was I doing? I legit had a brain spasm. Oh, right. We need to be heading up some way in an attempt to fight bosses. Also, I need to reset my spells. I just realized that I was walking around with my Juno Hoslo spell loadout, and that is not gonna cut it. That is not gonna cut it. This might take me just a second. Out of all the spells in particular that, or out of all the runs I'm looking forward to in particular, Mr. Jason says, command, add, S-word. Mr. Coyne had the S-word count times. I did say spasm and not spastic or spazzing. I'm referring to a legitimate process of muscles contorting, or like moving about in an uncontrollable manner. I was very specific with my wording that time, but at least there was a kappa. At least there was a kappa there, right? Oh boy, yeah. It's gonna be. I can't wait until we reach a level of discourse where words that were supposed to be innocuous become completely tainted by, you know, the ists and the phobes using it to describe or demean people in a dehumanizing way. I can't. Oh wait, we're already there. We're already there, my lovely senators. We're in that time already. And boy, does it suck. What am I doing here? Okay, then we had We had the contorting frenzy. That was like here. Let me find it. Then we had... Sorry, we had this, that. What else did we have? Oh, we had a bunch of buffs now. We had this one. And that one, we had Golden Oath, if I can find it, or Golden Vow. And then we had Flame, Grant Me Strength. Yep, we had those. That sounds about right. And if it ain't, then it's not a big deal. But I think we're correct. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, good sir, I'm incredibly proud of my good friend Celine Lionheart. I was made a moderator on her channel back when she had less than 50 followers, and she has 1.6k now. Nice. That's always wonderful to see. And her Discord is the closest to the TCC in member count. Both of them are high achievers, but of course hers does have the benefit of being public and more accessible than the TCC. And in her Discord, I am her Moon Kingdom's Chancellor, which is just as regal of a role as in Bumblebubs' Discord. Too true. Yeah. That's good. It's nice that you're well trusted in many circles, Mr. Jason. How are you alive? Thank you. Should not have been too terribly difficult. All right. So we're going to be heading up here now. I trust that it's going to get me to the Putrid Tree Spirit. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see about that. Also, one thing I'm kind of concerned about is a lot of these, like, mountaintop passageways have finger creepers in them. If you guys remember when we were in the Serpentine Depths over here, you know how we ended up fighting that, like, colossal finger creeper in one of the magma passages? The one that I had to, like, finally get aggressive and just burn it out. Like, burn it out real quick and just side strafe a lot. Yeah, these guys, that there are more of what that guy was. There's more of that colossal finger creeper here in the mountains. I'm not just like a couple of them, like 5 or 7 of them. Mr. Jason says, in my role in Bumblebubs' Discord, I'm the only one with HM in your title. Yeah. HM referring to his or her majesties. So, Her Majesty's Lord Chancellor. Yep. And what an esteemed title it is, right? Not only are you the server's, like, main architect, but you are also considered one of the primary enforcers. And maybe even so far as to say, right hand? If I have that right? I wish I were I wish I were more familiar with titles and heraldry than I am, but I try to dispense with that. Which is why my own server title is a joke. It's not meant to be taken seriously. I'm not like Lord Coin Stamper or whatever. That's a little bit to me that would feel a little bit too self-conceited. I would not want to use that. Mr. Jason says, the Lord Chancellor, formerly titled Lord High Chancellor of Great Britain, is a senior minister of the Crown within the government of the United Kingdom. Ah, okay. Senior minister. Makes sense. We do have, I guess, there are some other titles among, like, our government as well. We have a bunch of advisory boards, panels, and committees in our house, in among our two houses. So it's not just like, oh, we had Senator Lindsey Graham. I'll use a guy who passed recently. He wasn't only a senator, right? He was also part of several advisory panels and committees and had titles for each of those. He had a role for those. Most of those roles were helping come to various decisions for the House and Senate, but you get my point.
Is someone there? A customer? Well,
What do we have? A 6, a 7, 3 stone sword keys. I want those. The missionary's cookbook. Yes, we need these. And then I need to figure out what I'm selling in order to buy the other items. I think if I sell off unneeded, like, upgrade materials, we probably should have it. Yeah, I think if we sell a few of these, we probably have it. All right, that ought to do it. 15K for that is fantastic. Mr. Jason says, order of precedence. The Lord Chancellor ranks above the Prime Minister in official state protocol, coming just after the royal family and high church officials like the Archbishop of Canterbury. Political control. The Prime Minister is the head of government and makes the real political and executive decisions, whereas the Lord Chancellor is a cabinet minister who just runs the Ministry of Justice. So yes, good sir, you are spot on with Chief Enforcer. Good. I'm glad I at least remembered some of that, some of what we had described the last time you talked about this. Okay, so we wrapped around where I thought we would wrap around to. So I don't think there's a rune piece down there. It surely would have shown by now. Yeah, it surely would have shown by now, so I think we're good to, like, get back on our horse and keep riding. Okay, it might have been a different section. I was thinking about the colossal finger creepers in, which is just fine for my purposes. And if the less of them I have to see, the better. The huge finger creepers aren't that bad to fight, but if they get into a certain rhythm, it's really, really hard for me to deal with. I don't know what it is about finger creeper attacks, but I have a problem with the basic attack swing. It's not true combo, but it feels like a true combo. Gotta check around every crevice. Every little crack between the rocks is one more place where rune piece can hide, and I do not want that. Oh, there he is again. I was wondering when Sir Gold Mask might show himself. Praise the sun. Praise the Gold Mask. T-pose to assert dominance. T-pose to assert dominance. Mr. Jason says that another reason why I opted for Lord Chancellor, good sir, the Lord Chancellor would preside over Parliament, when the monarch was not personally available. Yeah, so he was like the monarch's representative for the most part. Kind of like how the vice president is technically also a participant in the United States Senate. The vice president kind of serves as the executive's representation in the White House. It's not exactly the same. There's lots of structural differences, but between the executive and the legislative branches, the two are pretty interlinked with each other. They're constantly in the know on each other's business. So I can imagine something similar was set up for Parliament back in the day.
Nice to see you. I can't believe you've come all this way. I've been gripped by a terrifying thought. The rhythms and calculus of the Master's finger betray a suspicion of the holism of the Golden Order. A conceit, I am afraid, that cannot be overlooked. But how could this be? I dread to even entertain the possibility, but somehow I cannot cast aside my doubts about the Master. Tell me, have I simply lost my head? Only, if the Master were true to the Golden Order, why would he think to breach this forbidden mount of fire? Oh, Master, put my mind at ease. Dispel these fearsome thoughts. I want to place my trust in you, to be your scribe.
Give Tonic of Forgetfulness. I am not robbing a person of their agency, video game. You could forget that. You could forget that. Yes, I am gripped by fear and doubt. Here, drink this tincture, Sir Corin, and you will forget that you were ever born. The only life you will ever know is one in which there was a wheel, the wagon wheel, around your head, with the bear skin robe you are wearing, and with your hands gripped together over your head like that. Mr. Jason says, also good, sir. While simplistic for the ideas that I have had, for Bumblebubs' Discord, people who have gifted subs in the streams get a role called VIBs. That's kind of funny. That's really on theme, but it is funny. I have had considerably grander concepts, but that was still okay. I mean, hey, it serves the purpose. It's something that doesn't take itself too terribly serious in an era of people going further and further off the LARP from, sane and rational. We need something that will make people chuckle a little bit. I think lots of people need something that's on theme and that'll make them do a little bit of an internal chuckle before getting back to the day-to-day business. I think VIBs is great. Note that my comment on the name is not to diminish its role or its importance or anything. It's very important, and I find trying to say it just funny.
Do you need something else?
I'm not giving him the tonic. Can I do a similar pose? Is there a pose in there? Maybe. Hold on. I think I got something that might be a tad bit funny. Let me see if I can do it. We're getting pretty dangerously close to replicating one of those Da Vinci schematic drawings, where he drew human dimensions. It was in one of his excerpts from one of his books. We're getting really close to that. Okay. Mr. Jason says, I was in a stream a couple of weeks ago and someone told the streamer I recently visited the UK and I saw one of those chocolate shops that Jason is always on about. I knew about the prices and so I didn't go in. They could have gone in. They would have just been unable to buy. They would have been window shopping, which I don't know about you, but I get the feeling that Hotel Chocolat does not care that terribly much for window shoppers. Okay, we're going to... Well, I'm going to check and see if we can't, like, get up here. We sure can. Is there a rune piece for doing this? Come on, Kernifer. Iffy. Someone on Team Kernifer. Team Reforged. Tell me that there is not a rune piece for this. Deck nabbit! There is no rune piece for... I guess this was too easy, right? I guess this was too easy. People would have already been thinking about it. Fiddlesticks. That should have been a rune piece. That's a perfect place to put one. But, oh well. You win some, you lose some. As it is often said in the challenge running video gaming enterprise / business. I am going to take out my frustrations on some bats. Beautiful. Fantastic. 2 bats. Oh, wait. Isn't this where... Hold on. Don't you need to bring, like, a fully upgraded spirit jelly to the list over there? What the heck? Right this way, Sir Round Table Ambassador. Oh, I almost died. Let me not do that. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, good sir, did I tell you about that sad but funny fake sign that someone made a graphic of? Are you in a thought-controlled zone? You are in a thought-controlled zone. Are you having arrestable thoughts? Oh boy." Contrary to the piss-taking, good sir, the UK is actually not nearly as bad as people make it sound. Of course not. Of course not. The UK has amazing places. Like any other country, you know, I speak from experience. People can elect and vote for bad emperors. People can be subject to the whims of the political ruling elite. And there can sometimes be upheaval even over legitimate concerns. The UK is not a bad place. It's just like anything else. It's just like anywhere else. I might want to personally defect from my own country, but I would honestly sit and say that for those that are coming here, you know, find yourself a local community with a state government that cares about you, and I think you will be fine. I think you would be fine. The problem is the federal government is too busy trying to extract cheese from everybody. Yes, sit in all that poison. All of it. Or, blood flame. Sit in that blood flame. Got him. Mr. Jason says, oh, no, good sir. I mean, about the police knocking on people's door. I did describe that indirectly by saying upheaval, but you're right. It being a little more specific, you know, police showing up at like 4 in the morning over someone's tweet that it could even be considered even a modicum racist. That was mostly for people who were inciting actually inciting violence. Plus, the police's resources have been so cut back over the years that they really can't be visiting houses constantly. Yeah, exactly. The police had better things to do than visit houses for not just I do have to make a distinction between the tweets that were inciting violence and just any old garbage tweet at 4 in the morning. There were some false positives. It was not all just people inciting violence. Mr. Jason says, indeed, like giving people a ticket for going 1 mile per hour over the speed limit. Yeah, it's the... How do I word this in a way that doesn't doesn't make a Gordian knot? There is a... I can go ahead and write down this split while I'm here. There's the letter of the law, and then there's the spirit of the law. It is most important that the spirit of the laws are followed. The letter of the law says X is wrong, but the spirit of the law might allow for Y to exist if the right circumstances are involved. Forgetting to apply the spirit of the law or not preferring the spirit of the law over the letter of the law is tyranny. That is straight up what it is. If your officials are only caring about the letter of the law, then it is tyranny. Mr. Jason says, I have respect for and appreciate the police. I was out with my friend, and Mr. Jason actually said to Mr. Jason's friend, I feel for police in the heat with all of their uniform. I'm the same way. That's a little bit more charged here in the States when you've got the police brutality, but I think a lot of the people in the States that join the police force join it for the same reasons as people wanting to be a firefighter or a nurse. They want to service they want to protect people. They want to help people. They want to keep society safe. I don't have a problem with the desire to do that. The issue is when people stick around after the abuses happen. Well, and they're like, well, I guess this is my lot in life now. Instead of fighting against the corruption, and instead of fighting against the corruption and demanding accountability for police in the form of body cameras and, you know, having independent people verify things when police are being investigated, it's... How do I word this? Mr. Jason says, indeed, prior to Mr. Jason gaining knowledge that it was not the case, Mr. Jason thought USA police shoot first and ask questions later. Some of them do. Some of them do shoot and ask later. And when the police are doing their job, when there's internal review happening, like there is supposed to be, then... Hold on. Oh, we're supposed to... I know what we're... I know what we're supposed to do here. I don't think you need to do... I guess we're gonna find out. You get a reward if you do this, by the way. This one's actually... Okay, that's gonna go on loop. There's actually a really cool interaction if you summon this.
Dear sister, you finally here. No time to waste. Let's see the stars.
A seal has been unveiled. Fancy spin. You actually need to do this quest now in order to unlock the seal. Or in order to unlock this. That's kind of cool, actually. All things considered. Mr. Jason says, that's the thing, good sir. Mr. Jason is more than happy to learn. Yeah, so it's nuanced. Sometimes they do shoot, and if there's internal review when innocent people are getting hurt, then those police are put into cuffs. Like, they get stripped of their badge, they're put into cuffs, they're put on trial, they're processed like a real criminal would be. But sometimes that's not what happens. Sometimes the police chief tells the coroner to fib a cause of death to someone that got shot by police. So, like, even though the video footage might indicate something, the coroner, when they go to file paperwork, can write something else. And it's the perfidy. It is the lie with the intent to deceive that stands to be why a lot of people, not everyone, but why a lot of reasonable people are sort of losing their faith and have lost their faith in police institutions because there are... Nice. I rolled right into it and forgot these were the snow variety because I thought the snow ones were darker looking. Guess not. And we have to do that again. Yay! Love that for me. And go ahead and just pop one of these then and keep moving. I had a friend who served time in, at the time, the, I don't live there anymore, so I could say it, in the, Georgia State Patrol. Like, I won't say who he is, or anything like that, but I had someone who spent, like, years there while he was also working in other areas at the time. He did a lot of work. He did a lot of work there. And I learned a lot of what proper decorum for, like, the state patrol was supposed to be through him. So I know, I am not, this is the part where I break away from my friends and other people that I kind of sit next to on the political aisle. I do not believe that abolishing the police by itself solves anything. And if you do abolish the police, right, what are you left with? How do you resolve legal disputes? The courts can't handle it all, and I'm certainly not about to suggest that the judges should be the ones that have a security team that goes out and does enforcement. I'm not about to suggest that the SWAT SWAT teams fulfill that role. I'm not about to suggest that the U.S. military fulfills that role. That, in fact, if the U.S. military did fulfill such a role, that would be one of the exact things we broke away from England over was quartering troops in people's houses. You don't want the government quartering up in your house for free. You know, eating and stinking up the place like all human beings do. You don't want them to do that. So, if you abolish the police, what are you left with? You're left with a scenario not unheard of for those that have played the Fallout titles. The law would kind of work something like that. Like in those games where if someone shoots at you, you shoot back. If someone steals from you, you steal back. If someone murders a loved one, guess what? You go and murder one of their loved ones. It would never end. It would be an eye for an eye. And vigilantism would be the norm. That would be what you were left with. And I don't think that's right. However, I do think that the police here in my own country have committed too many cardinal sins to just get away without change. And I don't mean just retraining. And you could retrain anything. You gotta excise all of the old guard and put in all new people and retrain them, and they have to have the values right off rip. You can't retrain a value. You can teach a value. You can brainwash people and, you know, implant a value in them, but they aren't just going to, and they can adopt one. They can adopt values, but they can't change. They can't just like arbitrarily change themselves. It's not how that works. So, I mean, what do you do? The police need bigger reform than just retraining and like restructuring. So, what else is left? Not sure. Really? Come on, Sir Bat. Come right this way. Mr. Jason says, speaking of crimes, good sir, I think you might be at illegal levels of being a dapper gentleman. Yes. Guilty as charged. Executive chair, cuff me and take me away for the crime of being a gentleman. Thank you, good sir. I appreciate that. I know this is a very contentious subject, and I know that talking about police reform or the police as a whole is it's contentious. There are a lot of people on my part of the political aisle. Okay, now this one is a regular bat. Okay, I had it backwards. These ones are the snow bats, and this one is a regular bat. Got it. And honestly, I might have shared a lot of my compatriots' opinions if it weren't for the friend that I had who had spent a lot of time as Georgia State Patrol. I learned a lot of what proper decorum was supposed to be, and what I see on camera with ICE and so many others is not proper decorum.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Thank you guys so much for listening to that and listening to me. I did not mean, let me not examine that grave yet. that was the sound for the that was the 5-minute alarm for the commercial break, which in about 4.5 minutes, there'll be a timer on the screen. During that time, ads will play on Twitch, and I get up and take a stretch during that time. I highly recommend that you guys get up and take a stretch with me. It'll make your break pass by that much faster. But that said, you know, spend your time however you wish, because once that time fully has elapsed, the time will be over, or the commercial break will be over. I will have returned to my seat. The ad should have stopped, and we'll pick right back up where we left off. And it really is as simple as that. Mr. Jason says, during the break, good sir, I'll have typed welcome back, Mr. Coin, good sir, and have it ready for 20:03, but I may have opened up Cozy Ale's stream then too. No worries, Mr. Jason. You know, do whatever you feel you gotta do, good sir. Here lie Aurelia and Aureliette, who never saw the stars. Oh, this is the hint. This is a hint for the Stargazer's ruins. That tells you, so the name of the sisters, these are both female names, or feminine names. So we have Aurelia and Aureliette. We just united a pair of sisters to go gaze the stars together. That's adorable. Even in this wretched, hopeless wasteland, we may yet find something akin to hope down here. Yeah, you know, I know that the talk of the contentious subject colors people's view of me. That's okay. We don't have to agree on everything. Because it's not as if I'm saying that the police can do no wrong. They need reform and retraining. They need restructuring. But abolishing them without a clear solution of what comes next and a plan to implement said solution quickly so that there is not chaos it's just as important that exists. What's up, Mr. Jason? What's the oh dear for? In Eel's Discord, she uploaded a photo of OBS crashing, and while I'm hoping that she can fix it, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Mr. Jason is also quite tempted to say, have you tried turning it off and then on again? Yeah, see, I don't have the finesse to say that. I feel like if I said it, I would make her upset, because that sounds like a if I were to put that without knowing who you are, with putting that aside, putting you aside, that statement comes across as a snide side comment that doesn't help, and it kind of just would serve to make her, oh boy. It would serve to make, it might make her feel bad. But she might know that you're joking. Use your best judgment is what I will say about that, good sir. Got him. Just in time for the commercial break too, I think. I'm gonna stand right here. I'm gonna actually run into the bushes here, and then I'm gonna stand and hide. And we'll be back in just a minute. See you guys then. Sorry about that. I am back. I've returned with delicious beverage. I trust our commercial break. I trust you guys had a wonderful commercial break. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, good sir. Welcome back to you as well, Mr. Jason. So if she might have had the same issue, yeah, maybe. There are a lot of people that use NVIDIA graphics cards to read your message from earlier. If she has an NVIDIA graphics card, she might need to update it. She might need to update her drivers for that. I don't know. I don't want to dictate anything, but I can't imagine that a lot of people who use NVIDIA are not also running into this issue with like older computers. Mr. Jason says, then goes on to say, coming back up to the present here, but yes, good sir, I completely and utterly agree with your point. It would come across as quite snide if Mr. Jason wasn't known as Mr. Jason. I have opted not to, but I would have been 99% confident that it would have been laughed at. I decided not to type it, but I did write, have you tried turning it off and then turning it back on again? Yeah, but on a serious note, that seems to be what my friend Coinstamp has had issues with recently. Oh, I see what you did. That whole thing was in quotes. I'm reading that correctly now. Yeah, if she's got an NVIDIA graphics card, she might want to update her game ready or studio ready driver. I just recently downloaded the studio ready driver, and that, but like, just making sure the graphics drivers were up to date seems to have fixed everything for now. I'm gonna worry if it happens again. In general, I'm worried if something happens to my streaming computer because I don't have $1,500 to replace it. I don't. The streams would come to an end if something should happen to it. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I try to take very good care of my computer for that reason. Like, I still have my gaming computer, but streaming on doing a one PC streaming setup really, just sucks. It sucks a lot. And, that's what many people do. So it's like a first world problem, right? It's definitely a first world problem, but I would probably not be able to do I would not be able to stream games like this because they would be too intense. It would be too much usage for the computer to handle. I would have to get rid of a whole bunch of projects to make that work. And streaming Super Mario Odyssey would also come to an end because I would have no second system from which to, well, no, that's not true, but I would have no second display upon which to easily monitor or check the status of things. It would really suck. I don't want to put you guys through that. Mr. Jason says, if streams came to an end, Mr. Jason would still support you to any end. I appreciate that, good sir. So, believe me when I say I'm going to try really, really hard to make sure that doesn't happen, that we don't have to do that. That you guys don't have to worry about it. That's why I've been... everything is all converging to a singular purpose. And that is to be self-sufficient and... Oh boy. Okay, that's a regular bat. That might be... That is so lucky. That could have been so much worse. Okay, so there's all of those. I thought I saw another pair of bat wings, but that may have been the one that we just killed. Let's see if I'm right. Mr. Jason says, I'm not even glazing you here, good sir. I know you're not. I know you're being earnest when you say that, and I truly do appreciate it, good sir. Okay, I think... No, I could have swore I heard another bat. Okay, no. No other bat. Alright. Well, we have cleared the section. Okay, actually, you know what? I shouldn't say that yet, because I don't know if this is a boss or not. I have zero clue what I'm walking into. I don't even remember what's in here. I'm honored that you think so, good sir. I'm honored that you think that. Alright. Trap or treasure? Treasure. Primal Glintstone Blade. Spells consume less FP and stamina, but maximum HP is reduced? Oh, yes, please. Yes, please. Sign me up for that. I do not know. Maybe something like this. Oh, but that is a huge reduction in HP. How much less are we talking? I'll take like a something with like a predictable cost on it. Something like Retch Gore is 40. This is 215, 239, 176, 128. Oh, okay. So and then how about a cheap Rain of Fire? Yeah, that is a pretty nice cost reduction. I do like it. However, I am not sure that is worth... that I would never use this unless we were in a hitless run. In hitless, this is great because you're not allowed to get hit anyway. But in Deathless, HP does matter. So I'm going to put this back on. And we're going to, unfortunately, have to heal up a bunch. That's... If I had gotten this back in Limgrave, we would have like we would have the HP total of one of those silly derpy runs that you can only do by going rune level -1 or something. Which is like really hard to do. I wonder if our friends, the rune pieces, are like up here somewhere. Mr. Jason knew it. What did you know, good sir? Was it the exact same problem? By chance? Did she have exactly the same problem? Oh, come on, get up there. I'm going to check the tops of these because I've not seen a rune piece up here. So that makes me think there's one on the top of a structure somewhere. Mr. Jason says, so Ailes fixed the computer issues, but there's no sound on the Nintendo Switch. So have I said, have you tried turning the Nintendo Switch off and then turning it back on again? And she reacted with a laughing emote. Well, yeah, that might have been more okay because... Computer issues are very stressful. Console issues feel a little bit less in your control as a content creator sometimes. But I get what you mean. Yeah, she knows who you are. She knows who you are. She knows that you mean it as a joke. Probably in an attempt to make her laugh and kind of just, remember to step outside herself every so often. But... I guess that's the difference between yourself and myself. I would never be able to be known as a jokester in quite the way that you are, good sir. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir. If Mr. Jason had an issue with the Nintendo Switch, I would just yeet it and play one of Mr. Jason's many Nintendo Switches. It must be nice being able to say that and not internally cringe at the idea of how much money it costs. That's a nice problem to have. That's a good first world problem to have. What am I acquiring? Oh, row of fruit. Okay. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? But I know. I know now. All right. We are done with this, like, top part. Wait, is it just... Oh, no. That's why. That's different spot. We need to go to the Erd Tree first. We might be in for a putrid avatar fight. What update? Is it all solved? Eels just said okay, I think it's working. Fingers crossed. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Technology issues suck. And it's really terrible when you have to deal with them. It really is. I always get so anxious whenever stuff happens with my streams. Because I know how computers work to an extent, but I don't necessarily know how they work all the time. Sometimes I have to go tap Mr. Rasby for help, and even then, the man's got a real job to do. He doesn't always have time to help me out. Rightfully so. Mr. Jason says, but I do see your point, good sir. Well, Mr. Jason still has to be careful of how I parse my messages. I do have some additional leeway that many others are not granted. Yeah, it's just that statement I would want to throw up the caution lights at such a statement. But you know your relationship. You know how the people around you work best. Do what works for you. Okay. Diminutive demi-human is doing diminutive demi-human things. Perfectly fine, perfectly fine. Now let's try not to die by steering myself off the platform. No shot there's a rune piece down there. There's no clear way to see it either unless Oh, but there is a rune piece over there. What? Okay. Mr. Jason says, like, for example, good sir, while it is all in humor, I've creatively called you out a few times in streams. In fact, the most recent one was today. Yeah. Yeah, but you know about what humor will have me scratching my head going, wait, what? Why is this a joke? And then you've gotten to be a better judge. You've gotten to be a good judge of that. And so certain things fly over my head. when you said, I recommend getting up and run away, run like hell. I said, that's not a good way of keeping viewers, good sir. Yeah, I was able to look and see, that there was humor to be had there. I am trying to get better about that as well, with the saucy quips at the ends of certain lines. I want this rune piece, but I'm not sure I can get it. Okay, well, since the Stargazer ruins are done, I feel like I can afford a death here. Let's do it like this, then. We might be able to get this, then. Yeah, there's, like, clear places to stand. It wasn't like before where... Oh, boy, that one was less good. Less good. Nabbit, I am dead. I am not dead. Oh my god, we livin'. And we livin' real good. Okay, just zip through. That's easy. Already found the line. Mr. Jason says, I'll support you as much as I can with anything that I can, good sir. I appreciate that, good sir. And Eels is live. You must dash, good sir. You'll be in and out. Very well, Mr. Jason. If I don't see you, if you're more out than in, then please do take care of yourself and stay safe. If you know, if you're going to be in and out, well, then go have a good time. Just kind of depends. Enjoy your lurk. And I hope Cozy Ales has fun, for what that's worth. And it's time for us to get back up to climbing toward that tall minor Erd tree, because that is what that giant tree in the map is a minor Erd tree. I'm really positive that's what that is, because if you look, there's like a giant tree right there. Yep. That is where a Erd tree avatar usually sits. And we need to go find the off-ramp to that. I was, to be honest, I was super worried we were going to have issues with that rune piece just now, but thankfully we did not. I feel like there might be a rune piece over here. It's on one of the bridges, or maybe we found the particular rune piece in question, but I digress. This was probably it right here. Let's ignore the demi-humans. Never mind, let's not ignore the demi-humans. We might die if we do that. Instead, let's give us space to move around in. Okay, that's 2 down right there. Check around for a rune piece behind the corner. Tucked in behind one of the little crevices there. Maybe not. Oh, that is a diminutive demi-human. I'm glad I did not do that. And nothing here between these crevices either. Alright, we're probably okay to, like, head into the middle here, maybe. This feels like boss vibes to me. What's up, Mr. Jason? While we're, you know, staring down what I think might be an obvious ambush. Ailes, Mr. Jason says, Ailes was discussing her holiday in the U.S. Oh. I hope that everything turned out okay and that she wasn't hurt. Mr. Jason says, how can you go, but did you go with Jet 2? Right now you could be saving 200 pounds. And that's a saving of 50 pounds each for a family of 4. That is a random Windows pop-up that saves no one with a family of 0. Sorry. I had to comment on that. Anyway, probably there's probably some other international flight company. Delta usually comes to mind as like the classic, and I do mean the classic of airliners. Mr. Jason says, I have to throw in the Jet 2 meme when I can. I know, it's so underused and so underappreciated. It really could be. I've got to find like a video clip of that or sound of that and I'm a little leery of making that into like something I could press for funnies, but you know, maybe the maybe copyright won't get too butthurt about that. Mr. Jason says it's nowhere near as bad as the Go Compare guy. You're right, and it also can't be any worse than you know, the computer exchange company. You could say you could save you could get less. You could get you could. I'm sorry, I'm having a tough time with this. I still don't have it memorized. You could it's like I'm missing a whole sentence worth of words. Between you could get tech for less at sex. I know there's supposed to be like some other lead up to it, and I'm forgetting what it is. Mr. Jason says you can upgrade your tech for less at sex. There you go. See, natural UK native here to correct me when I inevitably bungle something that is foreign to me. Thank you for the clarification and correction, Mr. Jason. This so feels like boss territory. It's not funny. Minor Erd Tree. Yep. Is there a... Okay, there are demi-humans parked in the internals of the tree. Love that for me. And they jumped. Okay. These guys can be scary when you don't have a summon or some kind of like aggro redirection to help you. Especially in like up high places like this. Oh, one of my most common nightmares, this is just like a random talking point for yours truly, is falling off of high places. I have a fear of heights in real life. I don't know if people knew that, but I don't like I do not like being super high up, and so some of my worst nightmares have simply been falling from an imperceptibly high place. It's not as bad as like the nightmare, or I should say the nightmares where I'm like falling endlessly aren't as bad. It's all the it's all the come right this way, right this way. It's always the ones where I start off on the ground and then I fall somehow. Those are the worst ones. Those make me snap up cold at night. If I've ever had one of those, I wake up in a cold sweat. They're bad. I do. Mr. Coin does not like heights very much. I don't. Okay. That's like kind of a lie. I like vistas and like high vantage points, but I don't necessarily like being up high. If that's making any sense. Erd Tree avatar time. I will have to update the split in a moment. How? You know what? Better not to ask. Make sure Tubbo Bark here does not flatten me into a pancake. Oh, is this like projectile spam? It is. Bird tree avatar is already here. I just need to bump him up to the correct split. And we're going to mark a hit to the boss. How on earth are we back here? Come on now. Don't make me do that, video game. Don't make me trek all the way back. That's stupid. That's so dumb. But whatever. It could be worse, I suppose. Yeah, I forgot that it had holy projectile spam. Because holy projectile spam Batman, that was a lot of projectiles from phase 2. That sucked. I think there's a rune piece up there. If only I could get it. No, I guess not. I guess not. Okay. We're good here. Let's see, how many of these can I, like, skip? Like, perform a good old huge super skip. I probably should still kill all of the demi-humans that are, like, out here. That way, I'm not gonna, like, run into them. There's, like, one over there for sure. Oh wow, that's a nice duck. I didn't think you could duck under that. Now I know. We know about the small ones. All right, let's do some gear swaps, and I will see everyone on the other side of what will hopefully be a quick boss battle. Let's get him ready this time. Oh, his old fat barky butt dropped right on in. Oh, there's a clone. There's a clone. I forgot this thing had a clone. Holy heck, I forgot about that. Oh, right. Yep. Run! Yep. Quickly before I die. Got him. What's up, Mr. Jason? Okay, we can swap those back over now. Mr. Jason says, Eels is playing Stardew Valley. Okay. And so you said, if you ever play this game with mods, Eels, there's a mod called Return to Mineral Town, which adds the town of the same name from Harvest Moon Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town. And then I said, Eels and Pakuka have a fantastic mod too. Yeah, that they do, good sir. Did she have a reply about playing the game with mods? Because well, actually, she's playing that on a Switch, right? How could she? Yeah, she couldn't play with mods. That's not possible. And the Switch is not amenable to that. The most you could do is like homebrew something, and even then, I would advise against it if you don't know what you're doing. Mr. Jason says that second statement went over Eel's head, but Pakuka said, yeah, his name is Jason. Fair enough. I mean, hey, they're affirming you're right. And the troll level creator is, what, correct 99.9% of the time, right? And when you're wrong, it was a deliberate ruse to test the would-be listener. Do I have that right? Exactly. I thought I would remember that well enough. Good. Oh yeah, by the way, this place had a backside entrance. In case that was not apparent enough. This had a bridge over here. So he could have gone and dealt with this at almost any point in time. Almost. You know, as long as we're here in the mountaintop of the giants, that is. Okay, these are, yeah, now we're back up front. We don't need to be here for that. So let's not do that. And they can't get up here. Just kind of like keeping my eye on where we are. I don't think you can climb this tree much further than that, but we did get the rune piece on one of the tips of the roots there. So I wanted to just kind of like poke my head around. Make sure that there wasn't in fact another rune piece sneakily hiding somewhere under the shadows of the roots, but I don't think that's really the case. I think we're good to like cross the bridge now. And just in time too. Oh, that is a juicy. That is a juicy haul up there. That's another rise. It's possibly another memory stone. But I don't think we're going to be getting up there that way. So let's just hop across and hopefully find the putrid spirit sooner rather than later. Okay, any more rune pieces? No, I don't see any. At least not here anyway. I hear at least one, if not two of them. Okay. I'll take it. I will take it, video game. Mr. Jason says, I've suggested you as a raid, as Ailes is just doing a short stream today. Good, sir. And I said, of course. In fact, if you check his Twitch bio, both of you, he has a panel with all the TCC's verified streamers. You are both advertised there. Yep. I just need to get on that for the staff and do some other things. And we will be well on our way to advertising the TCC as a place that, for many a streamer to hopefully come and form a cohesive community with. I think this panel and me kind of embracing that is going to go a long way toward that. The beast eye quivers. Why? There's not a death breed. I think there's a death bird. Oh, okay. All right. Hold on. Really? Unless I'm just getting wicked and missing a lot. Oh, I know what's going on. There's a mausoleum tortoise. That's what's making that noise, or making him do this. We need to find the mausoleum tortoise. Or the tibia mariner. Okay, battle stations, everybody. I am not allowed to summon for this either, so... Alright. I will read that when I can, Mr. Jason. I hear some more spirit snails. That is a terrible spot to be for snake snails. Okay, get that out of here. Oh, yeah, be careful with that. Deck nabbit. I gotta be extra careful about this. Stick to short spells, and I think we'll be fine. Coin. Okay, we will move the Tibia Mariner up a split then. And I can catch up on messages, I think. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir. Well, I appreciate your assistance, President Coin. Make sure that you also get some benefit for your channel, too. You deserve as much assistance as our clients. After all, the more that you put yourself out there, the more that you will be known. And then people who see you see the other 37 people in your panel. Too true. too true. Yeah, I'll make sure I get some benefit, and I think by getting to know more people and more communities, I think I will just naturally be able to do that. More than anything, we're good to be good with the split. Okay, let's go down because we are getting close to where Commander Commander Nile is. We are getting a little bit closer to that. So, and the Commander Nile split is a very contentious split. There's lots that can go wrong inside of Commander Nile's fort. Mr. Jason says, well, I do benefit as I'm the only one that can rightly say my TCC. Good sir, I'm personally happy not really having a massive amount of benefit. I'm just happy being the chair. Well, I mean, yeah, and other people through this space will know you, and, by virtue of the TCC's growth, you'll be more and more widely known too. At no additional cost. It's the nice thing about being the executive chair. It's kind of like Steve being known as Steve Jobs, right? Steve Jobs, for all his baggage, did found Apple, right? Love him or hate him, almost everyone knows who Steve Jobs is. And not too many people would know about many of Apple's products or services or innovations in the software and hardware department, if not for Steve Jobs. He's not always remembered in the most fondest of lights, but Apple would not really exist in the way we know it today if it weren't for him. Although he might have, who knows, it may have been an even nicer place without him, though. There's the counterpoint, right? Sometimes you just never know. Mr. Jason says, my vision is for a place for clients and streamers to benefit. Yep. Yeah, sure, you benefit, but you're not bothered about any benefit, really. Right. That I would say puts you in a better position compared to the analogy I'm making, where, in the analogy, Steve Jobs would have had to do something in order to pay rent, right? If he were not the CEO of Apple and, never went on to be an entrepreneur, he would have had to do something to pay the bills. And innovating in the space saved him that whole journey. What was that? What just died? Something died to give me that benefit, and I do not know what that is. I'm going to just ignore it. Not even acknowledge it. Not even acknowledge that. Mr. Jason says, my benefit is that I could outvote the entire board, but I trust my management team, even though it's basically just you right now. Well, that's okay. What we lack in numbers, we make up for in innovation and automation, right? We're at a phase right now where we don't really need massive groups of people in order to make anything happen. We just need to talk to the right people. And just be aware about trends in streaming in general. Update on that department. I did look at the, I guess would have been called broadcasting to other channels. That is gone. That is not something that can be done anymore. Twitch removed that. Instead, what happens is co-streaming and collaborating. That's kind of where, either the person being streamed to gets the benefit, or two channels derive benefit at the same time. So what would have to happen is the TCC Plays channel would be, quote unquote, co-streaming to, or not co-streaming, because that's a partnered thing. You got to talk to Twitch about that. It would collaborate. It would collaborate with what is essentially an empty channel for amplification purposes. Something like that. And that would... Mr. Jason says, to be fair, good sir, right now you're quite fortunate in the TCC. Since there are no board members, you don't have to explain yourself or debate. I would do so anyway, but yeah, I get what you mean. If there were board members, you would have to convince them. I'm very used to doing that, for what that is worth. I often have to persuade people in my personal life, and so I know how to present the logical merits of something to other people. Now, what I could always use work on is selling a story, because to neurotypical people or other holistics that are not autistic or ADHD, they are more emotional. Just straight up. Their emotions are wired or their headspace is wired completely different. So oftentimes when you're trying to persuade people, you need to persuade them emotionally and you need to compel them that way. Rather than through just pure logic. Mr. Jason says, I know that we have NEDs and they could still vote, but NEDs more or less signed away their vote. Well, right. I would view it less as signing away their vote, right? Like, yes, that is technically correct. I prefer to frame it in more of they have chosen to take a step back from the administrative requirements of the board. However, because we still need their expertise sometimes, we would like to keep them on hand for we like to keep them on hand for other reasons. Yeah, I know you mean well. I know you mean well. There is nothing wrong with the way that you said it. Oh, hello. It is boss time. It is a death right bird. This might be... Is this horse battle? This might be horse battle. Can this thing fly up here? Maybe. I might be able to outfox it by staying up here. But I don't know if I should do that, because technically I'm like fighting the boss outside of the intended like boss arena. I still think it could fly up here if it wanted to. Yeah, okay, so we don't do that, is what I'm hearing. We need to fight him on his terms. Alright. Wait, did he just manage to fly up here? No, that is not what happened. We can, there is nothing wrong with... Like, as long as he can reach me, we're okay. Run! Okay, now there might be... If he's going to stay up here and fight, that's totally fine. Yeah, then this is permissible. But if he starts, like, going back down, then that's kind of a... That's a much bigger deal. Which it sounds like that is exactly what is happening.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
Yep. You know what? That's fine. I wanted to die anyway. I absolutely wanted to die because we would have been fighting a boss during the commercial break, and that would have been not okay. So let me move this up. Mark a death here. And then we once again have to go... Oh, well, actually, we may not necessarily need to do that. We can probably just head up north here. That, my fine friends, during the boss fight was the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. We do take those at the top of each and every hour. We will be taking our last one for today. The last one for the week, as a matter of fact. And in about 3 or so minutes, there will be a timer on your screen to indicate the length of the ad break on the channel. I like to get up and take a stretch during that time, and so I am going to highly suggest you get up and do the same. It'll make your break pass by faster, etc., etc. But don't let me be the arbiter of your time. Spend it however you want, because once that time is over, it is ticked down. I will have returned. The ad should have stopped, and we will pick right back up where we were before. It really just is that simple. Now, in lieu of in lieu of going back up there to the boss, I don't think that's a good idea in our 2 minutes we have. I do want to remind everybody about the vote item coming up for Let's Try Saturday. So not this Saturday, but next Saturday we'll have a Let's Try. Or what we have is a Let's Try series where we will play a game for an hour, and if we like it, we'll keep coming back to it and we'll play. If not, a different game will show up, and it's basically like a revolving door of games for the week, specifically on Saturdays. And at least during the first time we try a game, if we're trying it for a first time, we drop a review. And I like to have you guys pick that stuff, because you guys know what you want to see me try. I might not necessarily know if I want to try something new, or if I want to lock in and keep playing, stuff on Backlog Friday, or stuff, what our regularly scheduled programming. I'll go ahead and put out the link to the Discord server right now. Thanks for the assist. I just realized to use a YouTube command on Twitch. Yeah, of course that was never gonna work. But yeah, we got a poll item going on in there. I'd love to have your feedback on it. I'd love to have people come in. Anyone can vote. And if you, well, we can talk about that a little more after our break. See you then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Let's try to make our last 57 minutes together for a little while. Let's try to end them strong. I've had a good time today. I apologize for this week, but I'm happy that you guys have stuck around. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, good sir, for the last hour. Thank you, thank you. I trust we all had a wonderful commercial break, and welcome back to you as well, Mr. Jason. It's good to be on time. It's good to be punctual, something I can struggle with sometimes, as you guys have often, bore witness to. Often.
Forefathers, one and all! Bear witness!
To my lateness. Anyway, sorry. I wanted to, I've been needing to find uses for that particular little audio clip, and I have found at least something to use it on. Oh, that guy does amazing voice lines. he never mind. We gotta climb up the... We gotta go up the damn cliff. Mr. Jason says the troll creator in me is predicting a raid. Oh boy. I will only have but a wonderful 56 minutes or less with the wonderful people.
You have guests.
Oh, listen to that wonderful rain. A wonderful flood of incoming raiders. Welcome in, Cozy Ales and wonderful raiders. Good to see everyone. Hopefully we're all doing well in body and mind, and I hope we enjoy your stay. Cozy Ales, how was your stream? Let's give an official Twitch shout out to Cozy Ales. And if you guys haven't followed, if you guys are here and haven't followed Cozy Ales, please do so. She works really hard on her content, and you should definitely check her out. She's also a wonderful member of the Troll Castle Challenge, which you guys may find the panel for underneath my stream. We have 36 or 35 other beautiful people in the TCC to also check out if you guys like content creators like Cozy Ales and myself. Cozy Ales says, hope you've been having a good stream so far. Well, in that, I would say, of the parts that were stable, yes, I've had a good stream, so far. I did experience a computer issue during the first hour, and I had to go update my graphics drivers. That was not fun, but thankfully it did not deride my stream for the third time this week. But I hope your stream went well, Cozy Ales. For those that are new or are not unfamiliar, we've all been having a curse stream today. I think so. OBS did push out an update recently where it caused some old computers with NVIDIA graphics cards. This would be your GeForce GTX 10, 20, 30, so on, to have some stability issues. But in particular, the update really affected old streaming computers or old computers with Series 10 or 20 graphics cards, along with a whole bunch of other ones. Yeah. Cursed stream is the theme today, unfortunately. But hey, we both streamed in the end, right? We both streamed, we both managed to stand tall in the end, and that's always a good thing. Perseverance is good. Well, thank you so much for bringing yourself and your wonderful audience this way, Cozy Ales. I will endeavor to be a good shepherd or steward of them. If you need to go run and do some things for yourself, you're more than welcome to do that. Otherwise, you're going to be listening to the intro of me explaining what I do here, among other things. My name is Coin. Most people call me Coin. My name is Coin Stamp. I am an action adventure and RPG enthusiast. So anything ranging from The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, or hard games like Elden Ring or Lies of P, Steel Rising, or RPGs like Baldur's Gate 3 or Skyrim or Fallout and so on. If you guys like that sort of thing, you'll like it here on the channel. Welcome. Please sit, get comfortable, have yourselves a snack, what have you. We are doing a we're doing some routing for a challenge run that will be happening, hopefully, fingers crossed, sometime soon. We are playing Elden Ring Reforged, a mod for Elden Ring, and then we are also trying to do it Deathless, see all the content, and I'm only allowed the use of utility spells or fire spells and utility consumables and so forth. And the routing means we're doing all the preparation to do a real run, i.e. I'm playing through it once to get a feel for what the real challenge run will be like, and so forth. And we just got finished wiping face to the Deathrite bird, which is a souped up version of a death bird, which you guys will see momentarily. But so I know it is quite the jump from Stardew Valley, which we actually just got finished let's trying last Saturday with 806 beautiful mods on top. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed Stardew Valley. Mr. Jason likes Stardew Valley a lot because it had the the mod pack I was using had a very titular mod about his childhood favorite game called what is it? Harvest Moon, Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town. I believe it's something like that. So that was a good time for everyone. So I've played Stardew Valley with mods. Cozy Ale says he was telling me about that mod earlier. Yeah, it's an interesting mod. I've never played Story of Seasons, Friends of Mineral Town, so I have no basis for the stuff in there. But you know, Mr. Jason was telling me all about it. It was a good time. Bakuka says, I'ma have to go, friends. EP Sleepy is what I am. I'm happy I hanged out with you. Very well, Bakuka. Thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out with Cozy Ales and raiding out with her. Please do rest well. Have a... because I'm not going to see a bunch of people for a while, you know, please rest well. Do stay safe. Do take care of yourself out there. You're welcome any time, of course. But if I don't see you, stay safe in this dangerous, dark, dreary world. And with that, farewell and goodbye. Mr. Jason says, make sure I've caught up here because I know I missed some. I wanted to click follow on the amazing Cozy Ales as well, good sir, but it only gave me the unfollow option. Twitch be twitching. Nah, Twitch is preventing you from trying to prevent you from making a mistake, good sir. Mr. Jason then goes on to say 807 wonderful mods, actually. Yes, good sir. Yeah, you are the cream of the crop among mods, good sir. Too true. Yeah, I think I caught up on the messages, and do take care, Bakuka. So for those that are new or haven't seen this overlay on in front of my webcam before, in the top right hand corner of your screen, that indicates when I'm about to go do a boss or do some really hard segment for which it requires a lot of concentration. So like I'll greet people coming in, I'll greet I'll say bye to people, on the way out. If they're wonderful raiders, of course, I greet them as well. Or if they're first time chatters, I greet them and try to entertain as well. But in all other cases, I try to focus on the boss because Elden Ring is hard. Elden Ring is hard. It's a hard game. Cozy Ale says, all right, my lovelies, I'm going to go have my dinner. Have a wonderful stream. Very well, Cozy Ales. Thank you so incredibly much for choosing to trust me with your audience. Please go have a wonderful dinner. please do stay safe. Take care of yourself out there. You and your flock are more than welcome among my hallowed audience and halls anytime. And if I don't see you again for whatever reason, you know, stay safe out there. And with that, eat well, farewell, and goodbye. Take care out there. Mr. Jason says, one message was to Ailes, but aimed at you, good sir. Yeah, okay, so Queen Stamp plays Super Mario Odyssey on a Friday. I'm trying to convince him to play the TCC's wonderful cast of levels. Yeah, Super Mario Odyssey, fine. Troll levels, I don't know. I like watching troll levels. I don't necessarily like playing troll levels. So, oh boy, why can't this game just give me... I did walk a little bit too far. That's fine. I will see everyone on the other side of this complicated boss battle. See you later, Mr. Jason. Thank you so incredibly much for being here with me, of course. Sorry I can't give a more detailed goodbye, but you've been indispensable as always, good sir. And yeah, I hope to see you on the 6th. Thank you, thank you. Rest well and take care of yourself out there, Mr. Jason, if I don't see you again. Yep. That I figured that would happen. I was too close to the rock when that happened. Yuck. Gross. Let's go back to the steak. I'm gonna trust that I did not press a button. Okay. Let's maybe upshift our gear to something with a little more oomph. Yep, can't hide there like that. I don't know what to do about that, because you can't keep a summon through that either. And it's kind of pointless to, like, optimize for this if I'm gonna die out here as many times as I do. Maybe I don't want to be using Contorting Frenzy on a Deathrite bird. That might probably be the better call here. Oh, he died. He died immediately. All right. Okay, so I have to use, like, Latenna here. Yep, too much. Too much. I need to not be running around with these runes, though. That's like a huge... That's like a huge problem. I need to, like, just run. Because otherwise I'm... how close am I from a level with those? Do I have the poppables? Yeah, I actually probably do. I probably should just turn tail and run, like, right now. I can, focus on chat while I'm doing this. I can also maybe try to find, like, a path that will take us, a little bit closer to... No, not really. Yeah, that doesn't work. We need to go across here. That's going to be our only path out. Is through here. Just run. Like this. We also should think about what spells we actually want. These things can't bleed, so any kind of bleeding spell is pointless. Maybe something like this ought to work. And then we... And then 15k, so 10k, and kill the, kill these guys, and we probably have what we're looking for. And the, like, drumming, fierce drumming is gone. All right. Let's get that level up, and then we will... I guess I will try to hard optimize the fight. This would be Covetous. Yep. HP Restoration and Runes. Level up. We're close. We're, like, really close. Okay. I am getting quite tired of needing to do this. I might... Yeah, I'll do it one more time, and then we will get the 5k. We will get to 5k, and then I will bundle off the runes, and we shouldn't need to do this anymore. Yeah, that should be just... yeah, it's a little bit over 5, or yeah, a bit over 5k. So we'll just make 2 of those. And then we will try to, like, optimize our equipment here. Probably something... I could make myself dead in one hit if I'm willing to do that. I don't think that's a good idea. I think I'm better off, I think I'm better off just using the Prodigious Crown Pendant, and then I might still die in 2 hits. Because the border between getting 2-shot and 1-shot is often the difference in many builds. I think I will take... yeah, something like this. And maybe get rid of the Contorting Frenzy. Yeah, that should work fine. And we just set the time and go kill a bird. Let's kill a bird. All right, let's do this. Well, she'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. Oh, she'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. Oh, the bird will be coming around the mountain. And the bird will be sure to see you pouting. But, oh, it'll be coming around the mountain when it comes. Maybe Lutel would be better here. And then it can, like, evade some of the attacks sometimes. Oh, yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, I could take 2 hits from that before. I could not take 2 hits now. I gotta be the right distance for the flame. However, that did work out a lot better. That did work out a lot better compared to before. No, that's the wrong one. It might be fine. Let's not overcomplicate things too much. Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, I don't have the room for that. I actually think the correct call might be to use Latenna and put her in a place where I'm not gonna fight. Where I'm not gonna, like, kite it, and then just tank. Just, like, use, Rain of Fire to, like, keep aggro, and then just face tank. I might need to do that. Alright. let's figure out how we're gonna do this. I guess maybe right over here. So that she has an easy view of that. Yep. I was not paying attention and I got frostbite. Maybe I'll learn to stop using rune arcs for bosses I'm wiping face to 100 times. Yep. I think this is a fight I have to learn how not to do it on horseback. I've got to learn how not to do it on horseback. I do remember dying to a deathrite bird a bunch at about this point in the run. I do remember doing that. I think I need to forgo staying far away. I think I need to stay close. And then that won't happen. That won't happen to me. But I also have to watch the flame patch as well. What? Where did that hit come from? Oh, I know where that came from. I got a frostbite proc and died. What did you forget, Mr. Jason? I also forgot to toggle the thing. Yeah, that is not a worthwhile DPS increase. You're welcome, Mr. Jason. Anytime at all. I would have preferred that to be the case every day this week, but sometimes you just gotta take what you can get. But you're very welcome, good sir. Every time. Yep. If Angie Philosopher were here, he'd probably tell me you're getting popped too much by frostbite, put on some armor. And you should probably remove the thing. This might be an endurance fight, now that I'm thinking on it. I think I know exactly what he would say. Yeah, I should give this up and just play to the fight, and the fight is telling me I should play defensively. Just give up that and accept that this is going to be a slow, drawn-out fight. And in that case, I want like something with a good robustness to it. Which might be the bull goat stuff. Yeah, not running, but I don't intend to. I don't think this is gonna work, but I'm gonna try. Yeah, okay, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. I need to be able to cast fast. I shouldn't say it doesn't work. What I should say is I'm not trying enough. Massive frame. Okay. Yeah, this might just be a tank battle. And in which case I probably need the modeled like necklace. Make sure we've got like good like a good high health total, and just kind of I'm never putting Lieutenant in a position that she's got to face something in. You can't deflect that. It brutal. That's too heavy. That is too heavy. How do you do that? It's too heavy compared to how I usually play, is how I'll put it. I need to not fight my own nature. And the thing is I shouldn't wipe face to this so much, because I know what the real answer should be, is here. If I were a normal player, I would stand up there, dodge the flame patches, and just attack from an aerial vantage. I know what I would do. The issue is, I know what Team Hitless would say, which is they would forbid it. I would need to look at what Couch Jockey is doing very specifically for this. I am running out of time. I have ran out of time, is what I should say. I did not mean to hit it with my mace. Bye-bye. Note, don't sell, do not sell any of the bull goat set. And I need to get way better about using that. All right, so we can now put on our usual set of clothes again. And then the usual stuff. Uh-oh, I'm trying to remember what that last one was. Forgetting what that is. Oh, it might have been. Well, no, it wasn't turtle. It wasn't turtle. We're done with turtle. We don't need turtle anymore. I know I'll remember which one this is if I'm. Oh, right, it was the mind talisman. It was not that. It was something like this. Okay. That only took 10 deaths to figure out, but we got it. We got it. And I'm hoping that we will find a rest site up here at some point. Because, oh my goodness, having to, like, use a stake each time is not great. Not great at all. Oh, thank you guys for accompanying me today. All things considered, I really appreciate it. Again, I am so sorry for this week. And I guess just in general, I'm sorry for not being a better content creator. I feel like I've done a disservice to all of you by the way things have just unfolded in the past. Like, just period. Anytime. Fulgur Bloom patch? Fulgur Bloom patch. Gotta be. As always, you know, if I fall 7 times, I'll rise up an 8th. I'll struggle until I get it right. I intend to give you guys the same energy that I give to myself in real life. If I struggle, yeah, unless it is just so pragmatically obvious that I should just give up, and like hang up the towel, so to speak, I'm gonna continue to do this. I've got an audience that is willing to support me for that, of which I'm so incredibly thankful for. The lightning patch strikes are all over there, so we can just... Okay. Let's do it. Let's do this. You know, ideally without dying. It's also like... Watch out for the Elder Lion. here at Castle Sol. Yeah, this would be Commander Nile. We're gonna go around. Well, actually, first, before I even think about that, let's handle well, let's handle this. Just all quick like. This shouldn't take too terribly long. But this is pretty close to like a boss. Actually, you know what? This is a wild idea. I know it's wild. I know it will see no love from anyone, but I actually would appreciate a Mausoleum Tortoise boss. Just like something that's too big to necessarily defeat on its own. It's something you have to like, you have to climb and you have to like climb the boss and kill it. I don't think there's no room for that in there's no way to do that in Elden Ring, to my knowledge. That's and like a boss entity, it can't necessarily be a terrain entity. But hot dang, would it be nice if something like that were possible in the game's engine. And maybe it is, and you don't, because it's hard-coded and you have to reverse engineer it, you can't really do that. Not sure. As a reminder, as it's getting close to time to wrap up, I just want to remind people that I will not be back after today until the 6th of next month, because I got a nice long client job that I'm doing. So until then, or I should say, also we did the split, so that's totally fine by me. I'm gonna be gone a whole week. I mean, real life comes first. Real life is most important. I would love to stream every day, but I cannot. I would love to stream and like not have to sack it. I'd love for this to be something I do full time because I'm actually getting paid for it, as opposed to full time because I got nothing else to do. I have people that are kind of taking pity on me and helping me that way, which is essentially what is going on. But I cannot. This is where, between me living with my folks and doing this in order to do things like pay for the gym, this is where the real money. That's where the real money is. Nice. Good to know that Castle Sol just has something like that out back. But yeah, I'll miss you guys for that week. I mean, I'm gonna try my best to like hang out, but okay, there's one. I know the other one was ongoing, and I'm forgetting where that is. Dead. Because it died. Vengeance. But I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have taken the death there. Castle Soul would have been the more likely place that would have happened at. Oh well. We can also recalibrate our spells because I did not have my usual accoutrement of spells. Okay, so we have something like this. But probably, nope, that is incorrect. That is also incorrect. Coin, relax. Frenzied Retort or Contorting Frenzy. Rain of Fire. Frenzy Burst. Blessing of the Erd Tree. If I'm ever not... If I have... I probably still want this to be at a raw 52 anyway for other reasons. And then we can... This would... Because of that third slot, I do have to go back to what I was doing before with the Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength. I do have to do it like that. But that is fine. That is perfectly acceptable. Okay, so we ride through here, grab our good old stuff, and hopefully we don't die to White Warhawk in the meantime. Okay, and I know the Warhawks are here. I just need to figure out where. There's one right there. Bye-bye. Alright, now what was up here? Because I didn't get to check out... No, I did. We rode by it and commented on the weird spirit spring that was there. Even though you clearly could just go up through this way and not have to worry about it. So he thinks there's a reason for that, and it is probably... It's not even for the rise. I'm not sure what that's for. I don't remember what that's for. I did ride through once. Somber Smithing Stone number 8, or tier 8. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, this is it. So I think we're gonna call it early, actually, because I think sitting in front of the Castle Soul main gate is a good place to leave off. We'll have a juicy thing to come back to. You guys have been awesome as always. Thank you again to Cozy Ales for rating out. I really appreciate that. Thank you to all the wonderful people that have showed up today. I really appreciated that, despite the hiccup in the beginning of the stream, and then I was out for an hour, and then all that fun stuff. And the 2 missed days, I'm happy to be here, streaming for you. I will be back on the 6th. That Thursday, that'll be Elden Ring Day, of course. That'll be the last day of the week for Elden Ring, actually. And then we will have that backlog Friday and Let's Try Saturday. Please don't forget about the polling item in the Discord. It is due on Wednesday of next week when my client job wraps up. At 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when that when those polling items will conclude. Particularly if you're a senator or some other person who gives me financial contribution / is generous with their money, please vote on the vote item. You get an extra vote just for doing that. You get an extra vote just for being generous with your money, among the loads of other benefits you get for being part of the channel in that way. My name is Coinstamp, everybody. This has been another session of Elden Ring Reforged, Deathless, all content, fire spells only, routing, DAC FSO-R. And do stay safe. Take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome amidst any of my hallowed halls anytime. You know all the algorithmic stuff to do, like the VOD, like the tell your friends about the channel, that kind of thing. But I will see you guys in the next one. Farewell. And until then, goodbye.